It doesn't have the mic on. So. Oh no, why is it here?
Where's it?
No.
Yeah, come on.
I think we should go out like Eugene.
From a stroke?
No, from old age. Like, living a long life.
You? No way. Come on. You're way too reckless.
Oh, look who's talking.
So the norm is like not
You'll
living
probably die from hypothermia from wearing canvas sneakers in the snow.
I am wearing boots today.
Yeah, put it all the way down. It's beautiful.
Hey, should we check these houses out?
Seems quiet, but we can if you want. I bet they still got supplies.
They have a nice home.
What do you know about
not
this
like
place?
that.
Just another evacuated neighborhood. Infected almost never make it out this far.
I forgot to listen first before.
I don't think there's anything here. She said it's clear.
These trailers are neat. Nice little
Function in it.
portable home.
Okay.
You think people really traveled a lot in these things?
Oh, wouldn't you?
I mean, if I lived pre-outbreak, yeah, I'd go see the whole country.
Or travel to another country.
Maybe one day we will.
Keep dreaming.
Jesse talked a lot about going to Canada. He said there's these, like, giant waterfalls out there he wanted to see.
Really?
Giant
He's
waterfalls.
such a hardcore Jackson guy.
Everybody's got their dream.
So pills can make you faster, stronger, can make you heal further. Now you got 7 pills up there. Now you got 7 pills up there. So for 30 pills, if you keep collecting pills, you can move faster in listen mode. So you're not moving like a turtle when you're while listening. You know? You can move
And
around
how
while
long
listening.
does that last?
You can do listening as long as you want.
No, how long does the pills last?
No, the pills is just forever. You just take supplement and you forever have that ability. So this is speed 1, and then the speed 2, you upgrade.
Oh.
And you can move faster and faster.
So how do I eat this?
You can't because you only got 7 pills right now. You need 30 pills for that.
Oh.
And then, but look at this.
Oh, I get it.
Then, if instead of this, you want to get faster health kits.
Oh, I'm buying this. With
Yeah,
the
you're
pills.
buying it.
I see. Pills are my
So
money.
instead faster health kits, you increase the speed of using a health kit. Like when someone's attacking you,
Oh, and you're
while
like
you're running away. Yeah, because if not, you're sitting there like this
Yeah.
and it's coming at you. Movement. Oh, then that's okay. Oh. So instead of dying, like some clickers, instead of dying, you just like get back with low health. That means you must heal immediately. And then you press R1 in this journal. And then this is your health kit. So look, if you collect water and paper, you can make a medical first aid. So you need to look around, find water and paper too.
Okay.
And then all the gears you are getting is for when you find workbenches and you can upgrade your gun and your knife and whatever. Okay,
What'd you press for that?
for what?
The
This.
inventory. Oh. Okay. Alright, let's go.
Later you can make Molotovs and everything too.
Oh.
What are you doing tonight?
What are you doing?
I was thinking of inviting Joel to watch a movie.
Do you want to
Oh. You guys good?
Oh, we got
Yeah.
What movie you guys gonna watch? What's Joel into?
I guess yesterday
Uh,
Ellie got angry
Curtis
at
and
Joe.
Viper 2. That's the one that's been on my radar for a while.
Oh, wow.
Well, we used to watch these cheesy 80s action movies. He's really into them.
Oh, no.
You can go upstairs here.
I actually really like them too. What about you? What are you doing later?
Some people were talking about sneaking out. Going sledding.
Sounds fun.
Yeah. You wanna meet up after?
Okay.
I sound like big. Imagine how
Yeah.
shy I was watching this.
Play guitar for you.
So,
Yeah, I'll play guitar
Okay.
for you.
yeah.
What's Curtis and Viper 2 about?
Okay, so 2 former commandos that go rogue to fight bad guys. And I think in this
So
one,
cute, right?
they
The
go up against
dialogue.
Russian spies or
I
something.
love it.
I'm more interested in this than I thought I would be.
Like the acting
Alright,
is
so the
better
young
than
one,
the actual
Viper,
show.
he's a trained ninja. And he's a complete badass.
So how old is he in the first movie?
10.
Wait, how many movies did they make of this?
I think they made 4?
Jeez.
Joel actually saw the last one in the theater. Am I crazy?
Yes.
She
You
kept
think
it.
anybody out there is still making movies?
Has to be.
In the
How do you know? I mean, what if they're all just like us? Just surviving day to day.
oh,
Well,
the doesn't
I write new music, so if someone had a camera.
Wait, hold up. There are original Ellie songs? Why haven't you played any for me?
Well, I don't know.
Come on, will you play one for me? Tonight?
I'll think about it.
up there. Up there. Nice, you just yeah, everything. If you think it's too easy to make something, you can.
I can you want me to make it already?
No, I think easy would be fun. But just in
I don't
case
have
you're
this
like,
one.
oh, I'm bored.
Isn't
If
it
you're,
one of those
if you're like
superhero
super
cards you're all
determined.
into?
Oh, yeah.
Nice graphics, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mm.
So I'm wondering, it wouldn't be any. So many. Oh no, it's just a wall.
Look around for your
Yeah, this is my house.
Your house?
My next
Oh, your house is broken.
Oh, oh,
And then,
what?
oh, maybe.
Restricted area.
Yeah, I guess you can go there. And then, like, you're not strong enough, Abby.
I get a.
Did you go to the other
climbers.
side? You didn't go to the other
I
side.
didn't go to. I went to those ones, right? Yeah.
I think you went to go to.
I didn't go to this one. What? This one too? I guess.
Let me go to the.
Oh, this one. Oh, whenever there's a slope like that. Okay. Yeah. Oh.
No. Okay, cool. I can see you do it.
I should bring my horse here and just climb through the horse.
Break the game. Oh, you already went. Okay, off you go. No time, darling. Here you go.
You're kidding. The whole house that I can't go to.
Yeah. This is nothing in there.
I don't see.
Go down. Go down. Where did you come from? This is the direction.
I'll just follow him.
Wow. Cutie dog. Oh, look at this.
Oh, baby. Baby, where's my picture?
Hmm?
It's just a laundry basket. Oh. So cutie. So cute. Are you cute? She was moving it as soon as I took it.
Okay, like,
What was I gonna say, baby?
I love you.
I was gonna say that. What's your time? Oh, it's 2 o'clock.
Yeah, the meeting. Oh, I'm so tired. I don't know how it's gonna go. I just wanna like it. Okay.
Do you know who you're talking to?
Kind of. There's someone for not reading it and saying talk about what I want.
I think he'll give it to you, baby, honestly.
Give
People, what you want. Your
what
grade.
should I get? My grade?
Don't you want your grade, like, reconsidered or something? Get someone else to look at it, either, or get it cancelled. I think they'll give it to you because honestly, when people go to these lengths to do something, it means there's really something wrong, and they know that.
I have accessibility.
And there was also a problem with the course structure, like how you didn't get a majority of your grade until way, way later, which also is not allowed. Say there wasn't enough opportunities for feedback to improve too, so you wouldn't have known. I keep doing the wrong thing. Okay. Where'd you go? Can I jump over this? Oh.
Easy girl. Holy shit. What the fuck? That smell. Looks like infected did this.
Yeah, I bet they don't put in.
How many do you think it would take to bring down a moose?
More than one. Where the hell are they?
So you should your gun is L2. Oh. So to switch your gun is this. This thing, maybe, is to do stuff. There you go. No one's around you. So up is health. Here is long gun. Here is short gun. Okay.
Oh, I get
and then here is brick or bottles you pick up. Like how do you switch really quickly? Switch, and then L2, R2, boom, boom, like that. Okay. R2 is to reload. So whenever you're running away, try to press R2 to reload. So you have maximum. Just reloading takes time. Probably in the houses too.
Shit. I hear some inside. How the fuck did they get in there?
More importantly, how do we get in there?
Oh, supermarket. You were right about supermarket.
I knew that.
Oh, there.
The
What do you
ice.
think?
It's good.
Divide and conquer?
You can hear quite far, so if you don't see anything, you think.
Okay, I go. I'm brave.
You know when you.
I'm disgusting.
It's down.
That's one.
Divide and conquer, right?
Let's see if we can get around to the back of the supermarket.
Good idea.
Okay, there's 2 doors, one says left and right. What?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
You have to shoot. R2.
You good?
What did I
Yeah.
just do?
You picked up a bottle.
Nice throw, by the way.
So when you throw bottles or bricks, it stuns them for a second, and then you can strike them. After you stun them, you can kill them with just a knife instead of punch them. But if they're fighting you, they're not stunned. You can kill them. You have to punch them. You know?
Gotta be.
You
the
need a
one I had
gun
with
if they're
Joel
fighting you.
a year or so ago.
You get it?
It was like, I don't know.
But if you can
Dozen?
stun them, then you can kill them with a knife.
You?
Cleared about 20 once. There was a group passing through.
Fuck. Maybe we'll get you a new personal record today.
I think you have to go up the window.
Dina, this way. More runners. Let's keep it quiet. Let's see how it goes.
Oh, it's in good sight.
Okay, good. I was worried he was gonna hear. Life and life.
He has bullets.
Oh, I pressed the wrong thing.
So now you have to go back in the supermarket. We're trying to find a different way into it. What's in here?
So there's nothing.
There's a trick over there.
You said you left. Oh my gosh.
Okay, everyone's eating now. Don't shoot him.
I forgot what I said. Oh my god. Oh my gosh again. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I mean.
Okay. Camera. Okay. Oh my god.
Behind. Oh. Okay, Dina.
She got the other two. Okay, thank God. I was so incompetent.
Okay, well, you didn't lose a lot of health. There's something on the
That all of them?
table.
Yeah,
This?
Yeah, on the table.
looks like it.
Oh, it's
We
just.
still gotta get the ones in the supermarket.
So you saw
Keep
the
circling the
white
building.
bars on the screen.
There's gotta be a way in.
This shows like someone is giving you attention. It's like Zelda, right?
Oh,
You know?
on the side that they're coming.
Yeah, on the side they're coming.
I see.
So if you see that, try to hide.
Okay. See, I didn't notice. You're gonna think I'm such a fool. Looking
No.
back at the footage.
Really? Please. I don't think so. This is how to go.
No.
I think you have to go back into the main supermarket.
Is this where we came from?
Help me up there? I wanna look around.
Oh,
Coming.
She's finding you where it is. Where it is.
Where'd she come from?
I think they're right. Okay.
Oh, there she is. Oh. Oh, frick.
You can keep the brick though in your inventory.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I should have got it. Too lazy now.
You're so funny. I love you.
Alright, go ahead.
You're best talking to me. You should talk to me.
There's a hole in the roof over there.
Just generally.
Amazing.
Here.
Start with both again. I really like dinner. When I was doing this thing.
Thanks.
Look.
She reminded me.
See?
of me.
Yeah.
Alright,
Did she?
let's figure out how to get in there.
I don't know.
Go down. Let's look down there. Let's see what we got. I think you have to go past under there.
Under the thing?
I'm sure there's zombies up
Dina.
on the other side. Honestly.
Why can't I not hide them?
Go long.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure there's zombies. You should listen. Listen. No?
God! How to do this? Oh God!
Maybe
ew.
you did press.
I did.
You have to like.
I did.
Spam. You have to spam.
I can die.
You die from bleeding out.
It's just spam, right? Okay. Okay. For Miss Family.
Oh,
Ellie, are you clean?
I think now you
Yeah.
know top part.
Just banged up.
Nice.
Please die of old age and not because you get infected.
Oh?
I really don't want to have to shoot you in the face.
Oh, she doesn't
Oh,
know.
you don't have. Okay, see inside the market thing.
Deal.
See, maybe
Cool.
with the makeup thing.
What
You
happened
can
to
keep them in the inventory by just switching it.
Okay.
Alright, go into the. Are you having fun?
Yeah, baby. Oh, I should listen first.
Nice. No more jump scares.
See any
Oh,
way to
that
that
was
roof?
one.
No, I listened before, see, but they didn't know where
Sure.
that it was on top.
Oh, you have to go on the roof of this truck, I think. Oh, it's creepy.
Oh, oh yeah.
What's this? You can press, to read better, you can press square.
I'm sorry to God for what I did. Oh. I wasn't going to hurt you. I didn't want anything from this drug except for the drugs.
Oh, so creepy. Well, like you stuck to that.
Oh. So sad.
Hmm?
People still are nice
You can
people.
go up the roof. Yeah?
Anything good back there?
Actually, yeah.
No, you can't.
Nice.
You have to find a way up the roof of the truck. Okay.
I'm sorry, baby.
It has to be outside then.
Yeah.
Maybe down here. This one. On top of this roof.
I'll figure it out, baby.
Oh, sorry.
We are.
Are you sure you? Okay. go
What?
ahead.
Am I sure what?
Are you sure you couldn't go from inside the truck?
I think so. I'll try again.
Maybe from there. No, we need to find. No, thank you.
Oh, that's my alarm. Press.
Stop. Okay. Oh, maybe you can go up there.
Alexa, stop. Hello.
Okay, you have to leap and jump.
I'm on couch. Okay.
L1 and jump.
L1. And this one. Yeah.
This way.
Let's see if it does it.
Oh my god.
I'm in.
Oh my god, it's so loud.
I was not expecting that. Business room for this
Me
quarterly
too.
meetings.
Should we check for supplies?
Oh, damn. It's a popular community. Wow.
Ooh.
You
People
got
keep
tough stuff,
bullets in the
man.
weirdest places.
In my cabin, this is America, baby.
Just with the
You
business
actually want to
files.
scavenge, so you can. In Canada, we want to.
What?
Hey,
Can I make
got some
a
alcohol.
A couple of rags.
Couple of rags and water.
Here,
alcohol?
fix yourself up.
I think you have to press this thing here. Yeah. So try not to craft while you're fighting, right? It's fine.
Okay, how do I use it?
You go back.
Oh, I know how to use it. Don't tell me. Over the clothes.
You see how long it takes?
Yeah.
I see spores in there. Masks on.
Okay, well,
Got
I
it.
should go to school now. So,
Oh, this is a good place to stop. I'm just gonna
I'm
go
gonna fight
in.
immediately.
Remember, I don't want to have to shoot you in the face.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Okay. Oh, I'm so full. I'm so full. Aren't you?
I'm so attracted to you. You love it? That's my angel. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go down there. Maybe I'll do a short thing.
Oh, ew.
For so long.
Physics time.
How long is this for? 3 hours? Okay. I'll be downstairs. In the meeting. Like, dining table. I'll try to be quiet. It'll be at 2. I don't know if it's 30 minutes or something. Unless you know.
I love you, baby.
I want it to be short so I can be like, I want to speak in person.
I'm not kidding.
The last week, though, 3 parts. Well, part of the last part. And then we switch gears. So hang in there. This will be it. Alright. Let's start. So, yes, as we all know, this is the 3rd week of Doppler. This week we're covering Tesla Doppler. And falling. So yes, Tuesday, November 11th. And it won't contain any content from next week's lecture, which will be on imaging artifacts. Imaging artifacts is not a very heavy topic, okay? And it's always kind of putting things together that you already know about physics, and then just kind of making sense of them regarding imaging artifacts that we will come to. So next week's topic is not going to be very hard. It will not be included in the test. So yes, the test is only about Doppler subsystems, so hemodynamics and Doppler visible color Doppler, nothing else. Not cumulative. I don't like cumulative stuff. Cumulative stuff. Cumulative is safe for the final exam. Okay, so focus on Doppler, studying Doppler for your assessment. Just like your first test, basically everything on the second test will be from the lecture notes. Of course, if you need further clarification, the textbook is a great resource for you to go through it detail. And of course, the guiding questions, the guiding questions help you figure out what you need to do. Study your notes. Everything is studied and even so, it is an image-based test. That means that I will put up an image of something Doppler related, and then I'll ask you a question about it. So, for example, for the color Doppler lecture, examples of color Doppler images, and then we talked about the different concepts. I'll pull up something and I'll kind of give you an example. So this is the color Doppler lecture. Right, so these are images that show the concept of aliasing, right? So I might give you an image that shows a vessel what aliasing, and then I will ask the question about what is going on here, why, for you to explain why this color signal looks the way that it is, right? So this is a concept and an image related to the concept, and then asking you to explain something. Okay? This is where it all makes sense. No, there is no multiple choice on this test. It's all image-based, and asking you to write down your answer. Okay? All right. And it is only 12 questions. So plenty of time to answer. It is an hour long and 12 image-based questions. So you've got time to look at it, to figure out your explanation, to remember the concept, and to write down what's going on in the image. Should be enough time. You don't have to be a fast typer, and actually your answers don't have to be elaborate, like essay type of answers. Honestly, providing the bullet points is good enough as well. Because I'm asking you in that example of aliasing that I just gave. So there's the variation in color, there's wraparound and signal, red and blue down the middle. So for you to, if I'm asking you why does it look like that, you can provide bullet points. You can say that the nitrous filter has been reached. The velocity inside the vessel is happened. I meant to do that yesterday. So there are two things. One of them, I've gotten quite a few emails from students regarding special circumstances um, in your life or in a situation that you know you would like to be considered for your clinical placement. And I don't think I replied to the email because I was kind of asking Noor and Trisha what was already discussed with you guys regarding accommodation. So I'll just say before I respond to those emails, sorry, it's taken a while for me to address it. So if you have any sort of special circumstance, it does need to be submitted to the accommodation office and so that it can be considered because they are the ones that look into case-by-case circumstances and then ask if the documentation is applicable and the your request gets reviewed and based on the protocol and the policies, it either gets accepted or rejected. Okay, so any circumstance that you are asking for consideration, please submit it to the accommodation office. And this is a good time to do it. Do it now before Christmas break, because after that, a lot of programs are preparing their students for clinical rotations, and there will be a delay in the process. Or others, you won't get an answer right away. So it's better to be prepared. If you are somebody who has asked for consideration of the accommodation for clinical, please submit your accommodation request to the accommodation office. This is I can't accept any accommodations and provide them. They just completely separated faculty from the students in this instance because we know you guys and it is a personal connection sometimes, right? We're like, okay, this person has this I know this student and the process of accommodating is going to be manpower, so that's why it takes us sometimes to be allowed to give accommodations to anyone, unfortunately. So if you are somebody who is asking for something specific or requires any type of accommodation from clinical, go ahead and submit your documentation or at least submit your request so that the process can get started for you. Okay? That's one thing. And there will be like a clinical information session. You guys already got your accommodation information session, but there will be a clinical information session about the process step by step closer to the time when we are going to run it. So you would expect to see that process or that presentation be done around January, early February, right before we meet, so that you have the chance to kind of go over the information and be prepared for that. The second thing I wanted to mention is just that there will be information mandatory from one of our clinical partners. It's a clinic chain called TLOU2 W, and they come to the students about twice a year, sometimes twice. And they are coming in on November 20 and 21. That's the Thursday and Friday of week 12. So they are going to provide a lot of information because they are very big on getting to know students way before they graduate. They build a relationship with you, and they hire a lot of students when they graduate. So it's a good idea to go and introduce yourself, get to know the people representing the clinic, and then also work on, tell them where you live, where you're interested in working, and then they a lot of times will connect you directly with a student that is so they can have an idea of where everything is up, and then they can say, okay, we are able to provide placements in these areas, and once the clinical process begins, then you can put that clinic as your preference so that you can be placed there if nobody else wants it, or you can have the chance to be placed there. Okay, so these dates are November 20 and 21. They're on site. Okay, we will not have I'm scheduling this session during the lunch hour, and it'll actually run from 12:45 to 15, but all the faculty will be aware that this session is running, so you will be left to go early in the morning, and then you'll be excused to come in 15 minutes late so that you can attend this hour-and-a-half session in that time. So everybody's expected to attend, which is why we're moving the lab times earlier. Okay? 12:45 to 2:15. I don't know. Did I say 1:15? Sorry. It's an hour and a half. Okay? So you will get an email invite with all the details, and then this is, remember, they will not be able to answer any questions regarding the clinical placement process or any commissioner's side. This is purely getting information from those employees, potential employees, so that you can introduce yourself and start building a relationship. Okay? And everybody will know you will attend on the day that you have labs. So whenever you are scheduled to come in, that's the day that you will attend. So have the class notified on Thursday at 9. Is there a place to kind of look for employees? Are you talking about career fair? That's different from this. Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, so career fair is different. Thank you for bringing that up because I think that's what you're talking about. So career fair is no, we're talking about something just ultrasound program specific, not missionary life. So career fair is going to happen on the 11th on Wednesday. You guys are not on site that day, but if you can make it to that session, that would be great. It's in the gym usually, and and in the lobby, so they spread out everywhere, and you can talk to people. This is not the same as what I'm referring to for November 20th and 21st. The session that I'm talking about with remote imaging is just for ultrasound. All right, so now let's get into spectral Doppler. Anyway, I'll send you guys an email with the information for November 20 and 21. So if you didn't reach all of that, or you'll forget, don't worry. It doesn't all have to be right now. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so this is part 3. We talked about hemodynamics and Doppler principles, and then talked about color Doppler. So there's going to be quite a bit of overlap with the information that we've already discussed about Doppler principles, and now we're getting into spectrum. So when you are imaging with just 2D and color, it's known as duplex imaging. Duplex meaning there are 2 functions that are active, right? You've got your background 2D image that consists of pulses and echoes, and then your overlay of the color Doppler has its own mechanism of acquiring Doppler signals, right? For flex imaging, there's got 3 different functions. that is known as spectral, and that is where we've got 2D color Doppler and spectral Doppler running in the baseline. And this is what it looks like. Your screen is going to be split into half. The top half of the screen will show you background 2D image with the color overlay, and then the bottom half of the screen is going to show you graph. Spectral Doppler is different from color Doppler because color shows you a qualitative display of flow, and spectral Doppler shows you a quantitative display of flow. It is shown as a graph, and there are advantages to both. They both work in complement to one another to give us diagnostic information. So you really need qualitative and quantitative information about blood flow to be able to give diagnosis. And so spectral Doppler shows us, yes, direction of flow, which we can get also with color. And the way that it gets is different from color because it is a graph. I'll talk about how that happens. It gives us a range of the velocity, so it actually shows us a numerical value for the speed of the blood flow in different areas of the vessel. And then also it gives us information about the character of flow. So far, color Doppler gives information about the character of flow by showing us different shades of either red or blue, and the variability over time. So as you're watching the Doppler live, you can see that it turns brighter in certain areas of this heart cycle, and then duller, brighter, duller. Arteries will show this pulsatility, flashing of colors, and venous waveforms or venous blood flow will dominate. So with spectral Doppler, you can actually see that rise and fall of the velocity and how much it rises and falls with time to represent the arterial blood flow. So with spectral Doppler, your positive and negative Doppler shifts are going to be represented differently because you're calling the color Doppler way of showing positive and negative is to show either red or blue. And usually you have blue as away and red towards. With spectral Doppler, you either have flow above the baseline or below. When I talk about baseline, I mean this horizontal line the axis, right? And then anything above it should show positive Doppler shift, and then anything below is negative Doppler shift. Okay, so that's the representation with spectral Doppler. And just like color, this actually can be inverted. So you could switch positive and negative Doppler shifts to above or below the baseline if you wanted to. Okay, just to represent the graph differently. And there is a reason to do that. It's not just to confuse people, right? It's because we are more used to seeing above the baseline. So even if it's a negative Doppler shift, it's easier to look at the velocity and kind of correlate it with that number if it's above the baseline. We'll get to examples of this in the coming slides, but the point is you can display positive and negative Doppler shifts above or below the baseline depending on what you are investigating. This is an example of a spectral Doppler waveform. Your baseline is this line over here. It represents 0 centimeters per second or meters per second. And then going up, you'll see that there's a number here. This number is similar to what you would see on a color Doppler map. So you know where the map has red twist limit. So the number of the knife twist limit is represented here at the upper limit of the waveform. So either, when I say waveform, I just mean graph, right? So you have your baseline, you have your maximum positive, and your maximum negative Doppler shift. The number up here is your knife twist limit. And then on the graph, you will see the variability, so how the blood is through the artery or vein over time. Okay, so time goes in this direction. Okay, so how it passes is how there's rise and fall of the velocity. Does the knife twist limit also belong to? Yeah, the knife twist limit exists for both positive and negative Doppler shifts. So your positives are above the baseline here in this example. Your negatives are below the baseline. And you'll notice that this graph is made of amplitudes. So anything that you see on this spectral Doppler waveform are essentially echoes of your red blood cells that move at a different frequency. So it's Doppler shifts represented in the form of amplitude information, the brightness that gets plotted on the graph. So sometimes you have a very bright graph, which means you have quite a strong signal coming in from the red blood cells, and sometimes you have a weak graph, so very faint, which means the red blood cells or the signal is not strong. And so you can see the pattern of flow by looking at this graph, and you can understand things about the velocity, how much blood is flowing because of how bright the graph is, and to what extent it is fluid. So from that information, you can actually determine if you're looking at an artery or a vein. So just by looking at these two waveforms, what do we think the top waveform belongs to, an artery or a vein? Okay, we've got two answers, artery, okay, so this is an artery, which is true, because the artery would have rhythmic flow, right, because it's got its pressure gradient from the heart at its consistent pattern. The pulses go out, you see an increase in the velocity, and then a dip, and another increase in the velocity, and then a dip, and it happens regularly and consistently over time, and that is typical of arterial flow, right? And then when you correlate how far the highest velocity goes, you can find out how many centimeters per second, I'll lay our statistics over here, and you know that it goes all the way down to 0. Then there was a gap in the flow, so there was a period of maybe even less than a second where there is nothing, and then it starts back up again. So this is how we understand what's happening in that specific artery. And based on our knowledge of what kind of flow is most common in arteries, so not all arteries are equal. Larger arteries that supply major organs behave differently and have flow than smaller tiny arterioles, soft tissue structures, and also core organ arteries are going to behave differently than arteries. So using that knowledge about what's supposed to happen to each artery, and then looking at a spectral waveform, we can determine, first of all, is this vessel an artery or vein? And then secondly, is it behaving like it should? Both in terms of the character of the flow, the rise and the fall, and so the velocity that it's traveling at. And if it correlates with the character of flow and velocity of flow, and direction of flow, then you know that this is a normal artery, right? If it doesn't, and there are clues as to what exactly is causing the abnormality. Okay, we correlate the spectrograph, the color Doppler image with the image, and then the patient's history and symptoms, and that's how we can come to the conclusion of what's going on. Right? Okay, so the top one is an artery, and then the bottom one is a vein, because it does not have that rhythmic pattern. It's got more of a wavy type of circulation of the velocity increases in the negative Doppler shift direction just a little bit, and then it goes back, and then increases again, and then it goes back. You've got kind of like this wavy type of pattern. And you'll notice that on spectrographs, you may have the baseline up or down, kind of like move upwards or downwards, depending on how you're trying to represent it. The zero is always going to be at this solid white space. You can lift it up higher or lower if you want. Question here, will there always be steady flow in the vein? That's coming up in the latter statement. Okay? So, just like any Doppler application, spectral Doppler is heavily dependent on your angle of incidence. We know that to get a Doppler shift and to get a Doppler signal, we need to be as parallel as possible to the flow. So it's not always possible to be right up against the flow, but we know that the more perpendicular you get to the direction of the flow, the higher the rate of mistakes or errors in the calculation of your Doppler shift. And the Doppler shift essentially create your graph and your color Doppler signal. So, just like color Doppler, we want to avoid being perpendicular to the blood vessel when we are trying to image it with Doppler. And we want to also get less than 60 degrees of an angle. And the reason for that is we have a much higher chance of having errors in the calculation. Right? Does anybody remember what the percentage error is for 60-degree angle or more? 60, yeah. At 60 degrees, you've got 60% error, and then from 60 to 90, you're rapidly increasing the percentage error all the way to 100% error. So at 90 degrees of imaging, you're basically 100% wrong in the Doppler shift calculation. So your machine is set to be able to correct for these errors in calculation between 0 and 60 degrees. So we try to avoid those larger angles because they will give us the miscalculation. Okay? And the way we see that error in the calculation on spectral is that your graph is going to show very low velocities or close to 0 as you get closer and closer to the perpendicular angle. So just like we're seeing in this image. This is a color Doppler and spectral Doppler correlation image to show you when there is no steering of the beam in color Doppler. Color Doppler image here is rectangle, and then the image, the overlay color Doppler box is actually this square that's being placed on top of the vessel. And we can see the errors in action. So look at this part of the vessel, and we don't see any specific velocities because of color Doppler, but we can tell vessel, so it's showing you aliasing. This is supposed to be a red um, negative Doppler shift vessel, but it's showing you aliasing all the way to the other side of the map because it's such a high velocity that it's showing. And then just in the other side of the vessel, here, it's showing you a much duller, darker red. But it's the same vessel. And these 2 points of the vessel are just a couple of centimeters apart. And there is no narrowing in this vessel. It's a completely normal vessel. So how would it completely change its velocity so rapidly? It didn't, right? The velocity didn't change, but the angle changed. See how it's dipping downwards? So on one section of the vessel, the angle of imaging is much flatter over here compared to the beam. So it's creating kind of a 60-degree angle as compared to the other part where it's a more acute angle and it can more accurately represent flow. So when you've got a more acute angle, your percentage error is lower than a larger angle. This is still 60, but the problem here and why it's showing the discrepancy in the velocity being displayed is that no steering was implemented on the color Doppler image. It's just straight. So they didn't steer the box. Ideally, they should have steered the box a little bit, like this, to create an angle, a more acute angle of the beam with the flow, and that way will have given more accurate depictions of the velocity. But they did not steer, so there's going to be discrepancy in different parts of this curved vessel. Okay? Similarly, with spectral Doppler, what you can expect to see here is in the part where the vessel is flatter, is creating kind of like a flatter angle with the flow, you're going to see an underrepresentation of the velocity. It's just going to show on the graph that it correlates with a slower velocity than the steeper angle, which will correlate with a larger velocity. Okay? And this is obviously for diagnostic purposes going to cause a misrepresentation and eventually a misdiagnosis. Because if there is an area there where there's much higher velocity in this section, it would be missed because the user didn't create an angle that would minimize the percentage error. Okay, and you can't always get perfect angles that are less than 60 degrees in your imaging. So there is a solution to that, but I'll tell you in the next slide. I just wanted to show this other representation of a curved vessel with a constant angle of the beam and the flow. So the more acute the angle is with the flow, the higher your velocity that gets represented. And the flatter and flatter you get, the lower your velocity is really showing. Okay? This other angle here is representing the change in the direction of the flow. So the solution to representing flow that is not completely at a 0-degree angle, so completely parallel to the beam, is this angle correct box. So before I get into angle correct, I want to mention that spectral Doppler is carried out using just one scan time. Okay? Spectral Doppler is not like color Doppler. Color Doppler uses a color Doppler box that can be steered, right? and it's a section of the 2D image that gets represented. Spectral Doppler actually uses just one scan line, and not even the whole scan line. It selects a specific area, a specific depth that is received Doppler shift signal. Okay, so a lot of or every spectral Doppler image will show this line. That's the scan, and then this circled area, that's the spectral Doppler box that the information is coming from. And that's why we place that spectral Doppler box right in our area of interest, so that in the center of the blood vessel to receive Doppler signals. Okay? So angle correct allows us to steer this specific area in the scan line and receive Doppler shift signals from only this specific steered area, so that it gives us a representation of the velocity of the blood vessel, of the blood flow. So you'll see that there is kind of like a box over here, and then a line. Okay, the line is your steering, right? You no longer have a big box like color Doppler. You have a line that you steer, and the box is where those Doppler shifts are coming from, the Doppler shift signals. So the pulses are sent just to that depth inside the blood vessel, and they receive signals from only that depth inside the blood vessel. And depending on the angle of that line, the steering line, this is where you are able to correct for those errors in calculation. The user is in control of steering that line. It's called the angle correct. That's just the name of this line. And there's a knob on your machine that is used to turn depending on the angle you are imaging. So if your vessel is parallel to the beam, it as is. Then in the second example in the middle, the beam is about 44 degrees. This is where I'm getting the number from. It says angle correct 1844. So 44 degrees to the beam. So this is, if you imagine this red box over here is the vessel. These are the walls of the blood vessel. So the user just lines up that angle correct steering to the walls of the blood vessel. Okay? And that way, it's telling the machine, we don't have a parallel angle. Please correct the Doppler shift calculation errors to that percentage error that is associated with the 44 degree angle. So when you, as the user, set your angle correct to the 44 degrees, the machine will receive the incorrect signal with errors and then correct it back, knowing using the already known percentage errors associated with 44 degrees, and then give you accurate velocity information. But without that, if you had this angle and you did not use your angle correctly, the machine is going to assume that you are in fact angling at a parallel angle to the beam, and any percentage error, that actually exists in the calculation is not going to be accounted for. So you are actually going to receive a velocity that is associated with 44% angle error. So it's going to be wrong. It's going to be an underrepresentation of the velocity. Okay? That's because you've got the cosine of that angle added to your calculation of Doppler shift. When you only cosine 0, which is truly accurate form, the machine can correct for up to the 60-degree margin of error. Okay? And then over here, it shows us what happens when you are imaging at an angle that is above 60 degrees. So your vessel here is at 61 degrees. This machine is nice because it lights up in red, and it tells you now you're going above what I can do to correct your mistakes, and you better go back to under 60 degrees. So most machines are going to show you some indication that your calculation is not accurate. But as the user, you are responsible for making sure that your angle is 60 degrees or less so that you prevent this miscalculation from happening. Because you are still going to get a Doppler signal. It's not like it's not going to calculate it for you. You're going to get the Doppler signal, but it's going to be a misrepresentation of the velocity. Okay? So this over here is the angle correct steering for 61 degrees, which the velocity will be wrong. So this is the difference that angle correct makes. Angle correct is meant to compensate for those errors in Doppler shift calculations. And so when no angle correct is used, see how you've got this is the vessel wall over here, and you've got an angle of the scan line underneath. So here, you are actually imaging at, I don't know, if we're going to guess, it's probably around 60 degrees, right, over here, but you haven't used the angle correct line. So your machine is assuming you're parallel to the vessel. The velocity that results, I know this is very small, but we're looking at the PSD, this line over here, it says 44.6 centimeters per second. Same vessel, but now they've implemented that line. See that angle correct line that exists in the middle? This is your steering. They've used that. They've lined it up to the wall of the vessel. And now, look at the number that is got. It's very small, but it says 88.1 centimeters. So it's the same vessel and very vastly different numbers in the velocity calculation were yielded just because one calculation was done by correcting for the percent error and one was done without correction. See how it's a big underrepresentation of the velocity over here because there's such a large percent error. And we know that because it's 60 degrees, we've got 50% error. We can see that exactly in this calculation. 88 centimeters per second versus 44. It's half of the velocity that So if you imagine somebody has a true pathology and you are showing only half of the velocity that actually exists, you are falsely saying that there is no pathology here or that the effects of a stenosis, for example, are not significant or not significant. Somebody could go on to their doctor and they could read the velocities and say, no, you have a little bit of a stenosis, but it's not affecting your blood flow, you're all good. So that person then ends up with a stroke because truly their blood flow velocity is affected. Okay? So the implications are here. You have to pay attention to this when you are doing vascular ultrasounds, and then you need to be aware of this for not just vascular scanning, but for your general scanning. You'll always need to check blood pressure. Okay. So. Alright, so it sounds like somebody turned on a water tap in my house. But there's nobody in the house. It's going to take 1 second and my house doesn't flood. I'm very sorry. We just need to make sure my house isn't flooded. So I'll go check. I'll be right back. not a break. It's going to take me 30 seconds, okay? Okay, we're all good. We're all good. My husband just remotely turned on the furnace, so I was hearing those sounds. Like, give me a heads up, please. All good. We're fine. Okay, let's move on. We'll just do a couple more slides and we'll take a little break. So the next, correct. So yes, this is then two examples of showing using the angle correctly and incorrectly. So one part is you have to use angle correct, and then the other part is making sure that that steering line lines up with those vessel walls. Okay? So the left image over here shows us a vessel that has an angle of 50 degrees. So 50-degree angle, I saw that over here. And the vessel wall and the steering angle are lined up accurately. And the result is you've got a velocity of 81.5 seconds. The other image is the exact same vessel, but now they've implemented incorrect steering. So they have not lined up that steering angle to be parallel to the walls of the blood vessel. They've done it kind of a diagonal steering that doesn't line up. So when you do that, you're doing an angle correct, but you're not doing it the right percentage error that exists. So in this case, they have done an angle correct to 30 degrees when the real angle correct should be to 50 degrees. And so it's still a representation of the velocity. We're getting 47 centimeters per second. So it's still an underrepresentation. Okay? So these are the two things about angle correct. You should implement it in any vessel that you're trying to get velocities for. That is not perfectly parallel to your beam. And when I say perfectly parallel, I mean this is the beam over here, and the vessel should run at a perfect 90-degree angle to the beam like this. If it does not run specifically 90 degrees or parallel to the beam, then you need to angle correct. And the second part of that is when you angle correct, you should match that steering to the vessel that you are
You're so chill, babe. You know what to say.
to the direction
Fight for your rights, baby.
the flow of the red blood cells. Okay, to that. Okay. The other things that you want to pay attention to is you may have a vessel that's 60 degrees. And you may have steering, implemented it, and you implemented angle correct, and you put it at the right angle. But then you have to make sure that your angle correct is facing the right direction. Okay? So these 60 degrees are crossing a different direction. So this one over here, you've got this is your vessel wall, and they've set the angle correct to 60 degrees, but they've done it in the opposite direction. So this is also going to create a big percentage of error in the calculation. What you want is to make sure that your steering is lined up with the direction of the flow. It's sitting in a line and matches with that parallel to the wall. acceleration is between 22.5 centimeters per second, steering correctly, and the real direction velocity of flow is 39 meters per second. So you achieve this angling by using your angle correct function and turning the knob to make sure it lines up to your vessel walls. But you also can help the situation by creating a field flow. Remember in the color Doppler lecture, we talked about when you're flat on the patient's body and the vessel also runs in that angle, it may be difficult to achieve a parallel angle or close to that. You want to create as much of an acute angle as possible. So with textile Doppler, it's the same. You heel toe your flow and you automatically create a more acute angle, and you also implement your angle correct to make sure that you achieve an angle that's less than 60 degrees. Okay? These are examples of vessel images that are done without heel towing. On the left-hand side, where the vessel is quite horizontal on your screen, this is not a great Doppler angle. And then this is on the right, where they put a little bit more pressure on this side of the transducer and they twist it off on this side of the transducer so that heel towing is easier, and that helps to create that angle that is an optimal angle for imaging. So I think, so other than the heel toe and placing your angle correct parallel to the vessel walls, you also want to position your steering and angle correct lines in the center of the vessel, because that area is the area with most vessels with laminar flow. You're going to get the highest velocities right down the center of the vessel. Okay? The pattern of flow and the layers of red blood cells inside vessels are just so there's more friction towards the wall and less friction in the center. So to capture the highest velocity inside a vessel, you should always center your box right in the middle of a vessel and place your angle correct line parallel to those walls. Okay. One last thing I want to say about angle correct, and then we'll take a break. So most vessels position this line to the walls. Okay, so that's just the direction that all the red blood cells are moving. They follow the shape of the vessel. But when you have a stenosis, so that I mean a narrowing, classical vessel, you lose that natural kind of direction of flow inside. So you lose those layers, the lines and layers, and you start getting the bottleneck effect right where the plaque is. This is a representation of color Doppler, but I'm going to just simplify it and kind of draw on it. Imagine you have a vessel that does not have plaque. Your red blood cells are going to move with the shape of the vessel, in this direction. So for you to put an angle correct, just that lines up parallel to the wall, is going to give you an accurate representation. Okay, so for this kind of vessel, you are going to just, here's your textile line, you're going to line up your angle correct to the walls of the vessel, and that's all good. But when you have a vessel that has plaque, this is what happens. You'll have obstruction to this area. Now, what's going to happen to the flow right before it goes through the stenosis, going to change direction, and then it's going to go back into a little bit of turbulence, and then it's going to arrange itself back into those laminar layers. So when you're trying to like this, it's important that if you're trying to image the velocity through this area of stenosis or right before it, be mindful that the red blood cells are not actually moving in the direction that is parallel to the walls of the vessel. The walls of the vessel are going like this, right? But the flow is going like this. It has changed a little bit its direction. It's going up and over the plaque. Okay? So this is where you've got to pay attention and see, take out your Doppler functions from the image, look at it in 3D. They near the plateau, and you can use your judgment to say, if there's plaque over here, how would my velocity or my red blood cell happen? They would go up and over the plaque. So they are no longer going parallel to the vessel walls. I need to angle correct to the direction of the flow of the red blood cells rather than now align my angle correct to the vessel wall. So in this case, when you implement line, we need to steer it in the direction of the red blood cells, which is up like this. It is no longer in the direction that is parallel to the vessel wall. Okay? This is the exception that you make when you have a large piece of plaque kind of obstructing a vessel, and you can clearly see the flow goes around the plaque. Right? This is what's happening in this image also. It's showing us that they have implemented an angle correct that is not necessarily parallel to the vessel. The yellow are the vessel walls, and the black here is slightly upward to match the direction of the flow rather than the flow. Okay? So the general rule is you do line up your angle correct to the walls if there is no plaque obstructing. But if there is plaque, that's oftentimes space and the flow is going around the plaque, then you need to line up your angle correct to the direction of the vessel. Any questions on that? Okay. So in that case, let's take a break. It's 2:02. Let's come back at 2:15, and we'll continue on with this. See you in a bit. Recording stopped. Okay, back at it.
Recording in progress.
All right, so the next thing about spectral is then paying attention to your scale, and just like color Doppler, you can have aliasing with spectral Doppler, okay? The PRF still exists, and the Nyquist limit still exists with your spectral Doppler imaging. So your baseline is at the 0. This is your x-axis. This is where your velocities are at 0. Okay. The maximum, so the Nyquist limit, is up here at the end of your kind of the upper limit of your positive Doppler shifts and your negative Doppler shifts. Okay. If your velocity inside your vessel goes beyond that, okay, just like with colored Doppler, you would have wraparound of the signal to the other side, so to the other color. With spectral, you have wraparound of the signal to the other side of the baseline. So these are all positive Doppler shifts, but when you get aliasing and your Nyquist limit has been reached, your signal is going to wrap around to the other side and start getting displayed from that end. Okay, so here we're seeing positive Doppler shifts that go beyond the Nyquist limit and now are being displayed. The peak velocity of this vessel are being shown on the negative Doppler shift side. Okay. The Nyquist limit is the same as what we talked about with colored Doppler. It's the maximum velocity that can get recorded at that pulse repetition frequency. So we know that you, as the user, are in control of your PRF with Doppler. You're not in control of it with the 2D imaging, because that depends on imaging depth, and it's done by the beamformer in your instrument. But with Doppler, with color Doppler and spectral Doppler, you set the PRF depending on the velocity of the blood vessel that you are imaging. So that PRF correlates with a specific Nyquist limit. So if you sample with the pulses that you are, and the pulse repetition frequency that you have set, you can only sample a certain limit of or a certain velocity of red blood cells, and that's your Nyquist limit. That's how fast you can represent flow. Okay, if the flow is going faster than that, then it aliases and shows you flow in the opposite direction. The way that this happens with the pulses is that you need a few samples of the red blood cells moving at a specific velocity, okay, captured in the pulses that go out to that area, okay? So when you have enough pulses, that the top two graphs over here are showing you a correct PRF. When you have enough pulses going out and the pulse repetition frequency is enough for that velocity, the red blood cells are zooming through the vessel. You're going to need pulses to sample those red blood cells as you're moving through so that they provide you with the Doppler shift information to accurately represent the velocity. Okay? So the guideline here is that you need to have samples of the red blood cells, the echoes coming back from the red blood cells, 2 times per cycle. Okay? You need that echo information. If the pulse repetition frequency is too low, okay, so there are not enough pulses going out and the red blood cells are zooming through, then what you get is an inaccurate or a misrepresentation of that wave, spectral wave. So instead of getting all the definition of the areas that are being sampled. Everything else in between that's happening, the velocity of the red blood cells, are not getting sampled. So it's a misrepresentation. Okay? And it shows you only pulses or only velocities that were sampled up to the Nyquist limit, and anything beyond that on the spectral graph is shown on the other side. So it's a misrepresentation. So the Nyquist limit, this is kind of like the relationship here. The Nyquist limit is equal to half the PRF, which means, I know this is a confusing one, basically it means that the PRF needs to sample twice per cycle in order to show the velocities accurately, to capture the velocities accurately within that Nyquist limit. So if you have a velocity in a red blood cell or in a vessel that is going at 24 centimeters per second, your Nyquist limit should be up to 24 centimeters per second to avoid that aliasing, and the PRF needs to be such that it samples twice per cycle at with the Doppler shift that correlates to 24 centimeters per second to be able to show your waveform without aliasing. Okay? Yeah, I can repeat that. So your Nyquist limit, so the velocity that's getting displayed on your spectral graph, the maximum velocity, needs to correlate with the PRF, the pulse repetition. So pulses going out twice as fast, so to sample those red blood cells at least twice per cycle of the sound wave, so that it acquires enough information to be able to, in their Doppler shift echoes, represent your velocity accurately. Okay? This is something that you can, it's a standard kind of formula, and the Nyquist limit is equal to half of PRF. This is the key statement here, is the PRF needs to sample twice per cycle of the wave so that it can be represented. Sometimes aliasing happens because it is very difficult for you as the user to be to just predict how fast blood is going to flow through a vessel. Okay, because there are so many changes. Different arteries are going to have different velocities, some faster and some slower, and same with the vein. So you may put your settings at so you may set your PRF or your scale, which you are in control of, to a velocity that you predict is going to encompass the velocity inside the vessel. But sometimes you still get aliasing because maybe the true velocity is higher. So when you get aliasing in your spectral waveform, the first step you need to do is to move the baseline. Okay? So if your baseline is in the center of your graph, it is more likely to have aliasing because you're only giving it half of the space on the graph to show the Doppler shift. And you don't need to, it's not a requirement that your baseline is in the middle. So the first step to correcting aliasing is move the baseline, either higher or lower, depending on if you're trying to show positive or negative Doppler shift. So once you move the baseline, you automatically open up and increase your Nyquist limit because you actually give more space to positive Doppler shift velocities than negative. Okay? Or vice versa if you're moving the baseline the other direction. That's the first step. The second step is to change your PRF. So if you have moved the baseline and it still doesn't correct the aliasing, then you can increase your PRF. That's telling you that it doesn't matter that you move the baseline, the pulses are not sampling those red blood cells frequently enough to accurately represent increase your PRF to accommodate those higher velocities. Question here, moving the baseline changes the Nyquist limit without changing the PRF? No, it does change the PRF, but it does it kind of like in an automatic way. So when you move your baseline, you are making changes based on, I'm going to say, aesthetic, so the way that the spectral waveform looks, without actually going in and so when you move the baseline and you give more space to the positive Doppler shifts, the machine automatically adjusts the PRF to match that, okay? That it looks like that. But if you were going to just move the PRF, you're not necessarily moving that baseline. See how the baseline is still in the center, and you've still got half of that graph just empty, okay? So the recommendation here is, if you've got predominantly positive Doppler shifts, why not just show more of the positive Doppler shift area and less of the negative, and then change your velocity scale if that didn't help the situation. Yeah, there are two different ways of adjusting the PRF. They both change the PRF, but we go for the baseline method first, and then the actual PRF. This is what it looks like when you adjust. This baseline is in the center over here. It's actually not in the center. In this case, it's showing a little bit more of the negative and less of the positive Doppler shifts. You can see that with the Nyquist limit that is shown here. It's showing that for positive Doppler shifts, the Nyquist limit is at 40 centimeters per second, and the negative is at 60. But we actually have more positive Doppler shifts than negative on this graph. So what they've done is they've shifted the baseline downwards, and shifting the baseline downwards just gives less PRF, or less of a PRF and Nyquist limit to the negative side, and more to the positive side. So on your graph, you can actually have the waveform accurately represented without aliasing. Any questions on that, guys? How does changing the baseline increase the PRF? Is it just the scale that changes? So the scale is the PRF. Yeah. The scale changes, and when you change your scale, you're essentially changing your PRF. Same thing. Used interchangeably. Okay. So now let's get to testing our knowledge. Which way is the blood flowing in these vessels? So we're talking about this bottom vessel over here in both examples. Is it moving towards the right side of the screen or the left side of the screen here in this image? So knowing your knowledge of color Doppler and spectral Doppler, and pay attention to the steered beam, that's the beam direction. Now you can figure out if the blood is moving towards the right. I don't want to label it as right. Hold on. Let's just think this. Is it moving towards the yellow or the green side of the screen? Got a bunch of yellows. I'm very happy. Thank you. It is moving towards the yellow side. Amazing. And then in this image, is it moving towards yellow or green? The yellow. So it's yellow still. It was a trick. It's the same vessel. The difference here is if you look at the scale, it's just been inverted. So it's just showing it in different colors and sides of the baseline. So look at the color map in this image. This color map is showing us that negative Doppler shifts, positive Doppler shifts are in red, and negative Doppler shifts are in blue. Okay, so this is what we're focusing on here because our method is blue. Negative Doppler shifts are blue. Our scan line is like this. That's the direction of the movement, and this is the vessel. So the acute angle towards the transducer would be going up like this, and away from the transducer would be going down like this. Okay, so we know that blue is negative, that means away. The vessel is blue, and the direction that corresponds with away is this direction, which was where the yellow. Okay, and then anatomically this makes sense, which I didn't tell you which vessel this was, but it's labeled. This is the CCA. That's the common carotid artery. So we are actually in sagittal dimension, and this side is superior, this side is inferior. So the blood flow in this artery is moving up towards the head. That's why it's moving up superiorly, and we know this by looking at the color Doppler image. The spectral Doppler image tells us the same information, but even if we did not have color on this screen, we didn't have a color map, and we didn't see red and blue, what we can see from this spectral Doppler graph is that, yes, we have a baseline, and then we have positive Doppler shifts on top of the baseline, negative Doppler shifts at the bottom. And where are the velocities being displayed? Which side? Negative, yes. So they're being displayed under the baseline, here. All of this is in the negative Doppler shift side. Okay, so this is equivalent to us seeing blue. So now we know that this vessel is angled like this. We know that we are also steered the color Doppler angle, or the spectral Doppler angle correctly, being steered with the vessel direction, and we know that your beam is going in this direction. So we can tell how the angle is, and the graph is telling us we are getting negative Doppler shifts. So negative Doppler shifts means that blood is moving away from the transducer. So the away direction is in this direction here. Okay, that's why the blood is moving towards it. The other image, the blood is moving the same way. It's just that now negative Doppler shifts are being shown as red. But because they're red, I think some people were confused. So we have to pay attention to what the graph is showing us, what's positive and what's negative. The color map was flipped. And also, the spectral Doppler was flipped. See all those velocities here? They're all negative. Negative 50, negative 100, negative 150. So these are all negative Doppler shifts, but they're being displayed above the baseline. And it does say invert in big letters here to avoid that confusion for someone reading this image and interpreting it, so that they know, pay attention, this is an inverted image. Don't think that this flow is going in the opposite direction that it actually is. So all the components that we just discussed in the left image apply to the right image. The only thing that's different here is that both the color and the spectral Doppler displays are inverted to show the graph above the baseline and the color as red. Okay, so we have to pay attention. We know I know that you guys know the principles and how direction flow works, because on the left side image, we all got it right? And then where the confusion came is when it was inverted, I think that messed with some people's heads. Okay, now it's inverted, or maybe you didn't pay attention to the inverse. That's an important thing to look at. Okay, they put the negative sign in front of the number on the graph. Yes, they do. They put the negative to tell you for sure this is a negative Doppler shift. So the negative is above the big sign on the right image. Correct. So all these Doppler shifts that are shown above the baseline, they are still negative Doppler shifts. They are just being represented above the baseline, and the reason for that is that it is actually easier to read a graph that's above the baseline rather than below. It just looks upside down when it's below the baseline. So they invert it, so it's easier to read and correlates with the correct velocity. So here, when we have our velocity, we can correlate it to 100 and, 8, 9 centimeters per second, as opposed to it being below the baseline. It's a little bit more difficult to read. Okay, so it's the exact same vessel on the exact same patient. This is the same thing, but one graph is inverted and one is not. Okay, you'll have more examples of this when you cover vascular stuff. We're going to cover, I don't know if you cover it in ABIS in this term, but we're definitely going to in the winter semester. And then vascular sonography is its own credential. Okay, so people do a little bit of extra schooling to be able to get certified in vascular. This is actually this is a good time to tell you about. Michener has a vascular course that students can complete right after graduating from the program. So there is usually a couple of weeks wait between the time that you graduate and the time that you can work. You have to be registered, and then they just wait for your exam results to then be able to register you so you can start working legally. So I should put the idea in your head, and I won't keep bringing it up. If you're interested in this stuff, Doppler and how it works, and that anything to do with vascular sonography, you should look into the vascular course, because for Michener graduates, they have the advantage of actually not just completing the vascular course, but also getting a clinical rotation specific to vascular that nobody else gets. So once you graduate and you're done and you start working, a lot of people who want to then do vascular have to depend on just the online course to do, and then they have to conceptualize it or try to get some practice here and there in their work. But Michener grads, you guys, have the added advantage of having a clinical component to that credential if you are interested in it. So it's a good chance. Not everybody gets it. Just FYI. Do I know how long the vascular course is? It's a self-led course. You know what? I'm just going to make a note of it. As soon as we're done our lecture, I will let you know. I have the information. I'll tell you in a bit. Okay? Anyways, that was a little rant of its own. Okay. Let's move on to the sample volume. Sample volume is a box. That's the box that I was referring to earlier that has the correct sign through it. So it's a name for that box, basically, that's where the pulses come from, or where the echoes come from. It is also referred to as the gate. So whenever I'm saying sample volume box or the gate size, box size, this is it. These two lines. And then the angle correct line that passes through it, that's the steering of the beam in that sample volume. Okay, this is kind of like a diamond-shaped area in that scan line where the pulses go to and receive Doppler shifts from. This is the only area in that scan line where information comes from. Nowhere else in spectral Doppler is information. That is all 2D imaging in the background. The only area that provides echo and Doppler shift information to produce your spectral graph is inside this tiny box which comes from one scan line. Okay? So this is an important component of your spectral Doppler because it allows for different control of the spectral graph and the information that gets represented. Okay. So I'll show you a few things to pay attention to when you are manipulating your sample volume box because you are in control of manipulating and optimizing it. The first thing is the size. Size of your sample volume or your gate size will affect what kind of information gets displayed on your graph. And that goes back to those layers of laminar flow. You know that towards the walls of the vessel, you've got slower moving red blood cells, and toward the center, the red blood cells move a little faster. So if you have a smaller sample volume box or a smaller gate size, you are essentially just getting the layers of red blood cells that move through right in that center of the vessel. And then if you're opening up that box and making it larger, which is a control on your machine, you are going to get a couple of layers of red blood cells because you are capturing opening up that box. So what will happen then to the range of velocities that get sampled in the larger versus the smaller? Will the larger sample volume box have a wider range of velocity or a narrower range of velocities? If you think about the different layers and how fast they travel. Larger range, exactly. Because once you have multiple layers of red blood cells, each traveling at a slightly different velocity, the middle going the fastest and then a little bit slower, you will have a wider range of velocities that show up on your graph, okay? Because that's just the Doppler shifts that are getting created. In a smaller sample volume box, you've got a very narrow range of velocity. And sometimes you want to show the larger range, and sometimes you want to show the narrower range. And you also should adjust your sample volume box, the size, depending on the size of the artery that you are imaging. If you are imaging a tiny little vessel, then you really need to turn down your gate size to as small as it can possibly go, because otherwise you will not only capture motion inside the vessel, but also of the walls of the vessel and beyond that. You don't want to do that. You want to just capture red blood cell motion. And then if you've got a larger vessel, you want to adjust so that your sample volume box sits right in the center of it and captures just the middle layers. Okay, so here's what it looks like to capture a wide versus narrow range of velocities. Image F on the left-hand side of the screen shows us a small sample volume box. And that is showing us only the velocities of red blood cells going through the center of the vessel, which means that we're going to get the maximum velocity because that's where it is. And you're also going to get, see how there's a range over here. This thickness of the graph here, this is the range of the vessel. So it starts from kind of the bottom part that's being displayed all the way up to the maximum density. All of these are different velocities that are showing up in display. Right, so that's the top part of the graph is probably the center layer of red blood cells moving through, and the bottom end is where it's closer to the outer corners, but it's still quite a narrow range. It's a small sample volume. Same vessel, but now we've opened up the sample volume box to encompass the entire vessel and actually a little bit of the walls and the outer anatomy too. So sometimes what happens is you get motion in arteries, but you see how like the arteries will expand with each pulse? That motion is captured as well when you include it in your sample volume. And usually that creates noise. It's not really useful information for assessing blood levels. So what happens here is, see how much thicker this graph is? You're actually not seeing any pure black areas in this graph. Here we've got an area underneath where the velocities are showing where it's just black. There's nothing happening. Right? These are the areas that we're slow moving blood, and we're not seeing that. But in the large sample volume box, we're not getting any clean areas of the graph. It's all filled with some information. And that means that, yes, we're getting all those velocities, the majority of blood that's moving fast, but see how below this main area, there's kind of weaker, subtle flow, subtle echoes that are below the graph here. These are the much slower velocities of either red blood cells, or it's actually the motion of the walls that's appearing. And we don't necessarily want to show all of that in most applications. So we have to pay attention to the sample volume box size, and we have to correlate it with the size of the artery or vein that we're trying to displace so that we can accurately learn. Question here. I don't understand why when you open up a sample volume box, why the range of velocities is still the same. Shouldn't the smaller box give you a smaller range of velocity? You still have layers, not just here. I mean, red blood cells are tiny. And so you're still going to get a middle layer and a little bit of an outer layer covered in that small sample volume box. Yeah, it's still a couple of millimeters large, so you will still get layers, but you won't get as many layers as a larger sample volume box. Okay? The other thing to pay attention to is the location of that box. It should be placed right in the center of the vessel, and this is what you will get. If the box is placed in the middle of the vessel, you are showing the highest velocities of that vessel. But if you place it closer to the outer edge or closer to the wall, which is just like a millimeter or two away, you start getting a much different graphical representation of the flow. You're only getting the lower velocities of the cells that are moving closer to the wall. So they're not the true velocity of the vessel. Here we have 47.9 centimeters per second in the center of the vessel. The same vessel towards the outer wall is showing us 30.0 centimeters per second. So the sample volume location should always be in the center of the vessel.
Oh, I have a question from the last slide about the SV size. So I believe those SV is in the same vessel, same location, but one is just wider than the other. But right, showing on the graph, why the maximum velocity on the last one can show on my, I believe the 100, but on the right it's only an 80. This is also because of the how wide is the box, or
It may not be exactly the same area and the same vessel. It's the same patient, but may not be exactly.
The same area.
Yeah,
Right?
it'll be maybe like a step further down the line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. Yeah, I didn't pay attention to that. Okay. So those two are the big things about your sample volume is its size and its location. We already talked about the angle correct, which they go hand in hand when you're trying to optimize. Okay, so you have set your angle correct, you've steered, you've heel-toed, you've put your sample volume box on the center of the vessel. Then you're going to get a display, right? You're going to get a graph. The next step is to analyze it and understand what we are seeing about the graph. Okay? We know already that having a larger sample volume box is going to give us a wider range of velocities. And then sometimes we get different brightnesses on the graph. Okay? And I talked a little bit about that area under the real graph where you've got like some noise and weaker echo. So what that corresponds to is just the strength of the amplitudes of those Doppler shifts. So the amplitude of the Doppler shift correlates with just how many red blood cells are producing signal. So when you've got an area in the graph that's bright, that velocity that correlates with that point in the graph means that a lot of red blood cells are moving in that at that speed. And your graph places different brightnesses and amplitudes into bins. Do you remember how in your 2D image, your 2D image is made of pixels, and the pixels have shaded gradient associated with them, and the echo information has amplitudes that say to the pixel, okay, display this shaded gradient, right? In the spectral graph, the brightness of your signal comes from how many red blood cells are moving in that velocity. And if you've got a lot of red blood cells, a high concentration of red blood cells that are moving at that velocity, then that spectral bin is here into the graph, zoom in, will have a lot of amplitude. And that's how it gets displayed. If you've got areas with a very faint, not much signal there, that just means that there aren't many echoes being produced by red blood cells in that area. Most of the red blood cells are not moving at that speed. Or it's just some noise that's coming from like too much moving there. Okay, so in this graph, most of the brightness is contained to kind of this area here, right? And then you've got these subtle little tones moving below them, right? This is all either just a one-off red blood cell that's moving a little bit slower or preferred formation. It's not true red blood cell motion. Okay, so it's a bunch of things. You can actually, apart from the brightness of that, the true signal, you can increase or decrease your gains from this, just like you would in 2D gains. 2D gains, you want to give a little bit more amplitude and show something brighter. Gains or down, you can show less. And because your spectral bins are carrying amplitude information from the Doppler shift, you can actually also amplify the signal. You need to be careful with increasing the brightness of your spectral graph a little bit, because if you increase it too much, you cause what's called spectral broadening. This is just like you would show gains too high on 2D. Spectral broadening, but it just creates a bunch of noise and false signal. This is what it looks like. See how gain setting being too low brings your signal just faintly on the graph. You can barely see velocity. Then when you turn it up more, you are showing your velocity, but you're also around the actual representation of the velocities. There's a little bit of light, right? And that is that's the noise that I'm talking about. Is you're not just seeing that motion of the red blood cells and the velocities of them, but you're also starting to see the kind of fuzzy appearance around the true graph. And when you turn it up way too much, basically your entire graph gets filled with noise plus the real signal. So you got to pay attention to that brightness, because brightness is going to broaden that signal to beyond the real echoes that represent your Doppler shifts. Sometimes spectral broadening can happen when you increase your sample volume box size. So having a large sample volume box size causes you to actually capture weak echoes in addition to your real graph. And those weak echoes may come from red blood cells that are moving very, very close to the walls, but also referred pulsation from the walls. So it's not true useful diagnostic information. So in a well-optimized graph, you should be seeing the velocities of the red blood cells moving through the graph, and then you should have this black area underneath it that's called the window or the envelope. This is a good thing to have on your spectral graph because it can help to separate the real graph from then low velocities that don't exist in the vessel. Just telling you this is the motion of the red blood cells. But when you have your Doppler gain set too high, or when your sample volume box is too large, you capture velocities or signal as noise that fills that window. And you end up with weak echoes all through there. So then it becomes harder to separate the real velocity of the red blood cells versus noise. Okay? This can also be caused by turbulence. So that area that's after an area of stenosis sometimes can have real red blood cells moving in that in those velocities. So, but that's an abnormal condition, right? Having turbulence is not normal. With normal with normal arteries and veins, you should have a fairly clean envelope, or at least a small area where there are no velocities. Okay? This is the difference it makes when you have an increased gains in the same spectral graph. See how in the graph on the left, it's the same vessel, the exact same area that they are imaging, but what we're seeing here, different points in time, but what we're seeing in the graph on the left is the true representation of the velocities. So you're seeing the maximum velocity that's being reached, and then the dip down with different cycles of the heart, and then the minimum velocities that are also being displayed. So this is the range. When they've turned up the gains, you then get a much wider range of velocities and a much smaller envelope. This is called spectral broadening. And it's just basically opening up and filling in of all the different velocities from low to high. And some of it may be real because you're capturing weaker red blood cells, and some of it may be noise. To kind of deal with this issue, there is a function on the machine that's called the wall filter. Because sometimes even when you're trying to capture just the velocities in the center of the vessel, you don't have a large sample volume box, you still may capture a little bit of noise. And sometimes the actual red blood cells that are true velocities that are moving through our heart, it's just a weak signal, maybe because of attenuation or another reason. So you are forced to turn up the gains on your spectral graph. So in that case, you may implement a wall filter, or there are specific presets that have a wall filter in there because of the expected noise in that area to eliminate all those weak, very weak echoes that are not actually diagnostic information. Okay, so when I say noise, I mean the referred pulsation of the walls of the vessels that create kind of like this vibration when blood is moving through a vessel, and they just make your graph messy. So the wall filter is there on spectral Doppler and also on color Doppler. Actually, I have a few examples of that to get rid of that noise. So with no wall filter, you'll see your actual graph, but then very close to the baseline, you'll start seeing these very weak echoes kind of filling that envelope in. Having a low setting of your wall filter helps to eliminate the very weak echoes, but still maintains your actual graph. And then having a very high setting starts to take away useful diagnostic information from your graph. So you don't want to have a high setting on most applications because you'll then take away diagnostic or valuable velocity information from your spectral waveform. This is what it looks like with different levels of wall filters. So the image on the left has a very, very small wall filter, almost close to nothing, where you start seeing the actual motion of the walls. This is what the label is showing, wall thump, or the vibration of the blood vessel walls as blood is pumping through. So with each beat, you're also getting additional noise close to the baseline from the walls of the vessel. Increasing that filter just slightly gets rid of that noise, so their wall thump has been removed, but you're still maintaining the velocity information that is diagnostic, that has diagnostic value. If they increase their wall filter to being too high, so they've really turned it up, now they're starting to take away all this important velocity diagnostic information of this vessel. So this is what you want to avoid. This is a misrepresentation. The ideal situation here with the wall filter is that you set a wall filter, and by the way, most machines will just have it preset and it works perfectly, but if you wanted to experiment with the wall filter, setting a wall filter just enough to remove that extra noise that's close to the baseline is ideal. Nothing beyond that, because you don't want to take away those slow velocities. And then there are different presets because arterial flow will require different wall filters than venous flow. Venous flow will have less wall thump and actually slower velocities, so you want to be able to show those slower velocities. Here's also another example of having a low wall filter that is appropriate to the vessel versus high wall filter that's taking away diagnostic information of those lower velocities that exist in this vessel. So I'm just showing you here that this exists for color Doppler as well. We didn't talk about it last week, but the wall filter still exists. If you're turning up your gains and you're still not really getting wall-to-wall filling, it may be that your wall filter is set too high. So this is the difference that it makes. The image on the left has the filter too high, so it's not capturing any slow velocities that are immediately close to the wall of the vessel. And then setting the wall filter a little bit lower allows for that wall-to-wall filling and those slower velocities to be displayed. Okay, any questions on those aspects of spectral Doppler optimization? The next section is all about what venous and arterial waveforms look like. So it's going to give you a bit of an introduction to how to interpret venous and arterial graphs. We will do Doppler labs starting in a little bit in the winter semester and then also in the summer semester. So that's coming, and this is useful information to remember. Maybe go back to this lecture when that time comes so that you can refresh your memory. Okay, so with venous blood flow, we know that it depends on muscle contractions, the motion of the valves, the respiratory effects, all to kind of regulate the forward motion of blood. So it's not going to be a consistent type of pressure gradient. We will have a little bit of a flow forwards and backwards, forwards and backwards, okay? And so it's going to undulate through time depending on the motion that and the effects that act upon the vein. I think we'll move forward, but please feel free to come back to the area that you missed. I'm so sorry. If we can just move through it, Myra, I'm sorry that we can't take another break. Sorry about that. So most veins are going to be unidirectional, which means that they move just in the forward direction that goes towards the heart. So if they're coming in from the lower extremities, you are going to have forward motion upwards from the legs, down up towards the pelvis, the abdomen, and the chest. And if they're coming in from the upper extremities or the head and neck, they're moving in that direction. Okay? And this is what we're seeing here. We've got your baseline, and then all the flow is shown in that area, in the negative Doppler shift here, and the same goes for this one. This all is just noise, so it's not real flow. Okay? The exception to that are the hepatic veins, which are in close proximity to the heart. So because of the back and forth kind of motion that we can expect to see in IVC close to the heart, you're going to show on your spectral waveform in those hepatic veins a little bit of a zigzag type of appearance. So this is because of that blood from the IVC needs to go into the right atrium, right? And similar to the SVC as well. So all these structures, all these veins that are close to the heart are going to have a little bit of a zigzag type of pattern, where when the right atrium relaxes and fills with the deoxygenated blood, you're going to have forward motion. And then once the ventricles relax and the atria contract to bring forward the blood into the ventricles, there's going to be a little pause in the forward motion in the IVC. So that pause sometimes also has a little bit of a backwards or reverse flow effect that causes this up and down motion that we see on our graph. So in this area over here where you see flow above the baseline, this is that moment in time where flow has stopped going forward into the atrium, and there's a little bit of a reversal. And then once there is the atria open to receive blood, then there is forward motion. And then you can see zigzag with the different contraction and relaxation of the chambers of the heart that then correspond to this kind of wavy appearance. So whenever we see a little bit of a flow reversal, both in arteries and veins, it has to do with the phase that the heart cycle is in. Okay? Some phases allow for forward motion in some vessels, and some cause a little bit of resistance, so there's like a little bit of a reversal and then forward motion again. Okay? Arterial waveforms have this flow reversal sometimes, but it depends on the artery we are talking about. If we are in an artery that has higher resistance, so it can be an artery that's supplying the lower extremities, for example. These are not core organs in the abdomen, right? So high resistance versus low resistance really depends on what structures are being supplied by the artery and their size and if there is pathology there or not. So they can have different patterns of flow in arteries depending on the type of artery. So if we have an artery that has high resistance, you're going to see a little bit more variability in the phases of, why can I not think? Systole and diastole, okay? And in lower resistance arteries, you will see a little bit less variation. And that depends on how much blood needs to move forward in these vessels at different points, okay? The only thing that's the same with high and low resistance arteries is that they have a specific pattern and rhythm of flow. There's always going to be a constant rhythm because of the pumping of the heart. It may go faster or slower, but it's always there. You've got beat, 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 and that's what's driving the pressure. Okay, so high resistance vessels. High resistance vessels supply arteries that generally are branching off a main artery. So, for example, you've got your femoral artery. Your femoral artery is in your leg, and then it branches off to many smaller and smaller arterioles and branches. And so, starting to branch off from a larger artery to much smaller arteries creates resistance. And this applies to many different arteries as well. I'm just giving you an example. So one of the reasons why you may have increased resistance is the branching of smaller and smaller arteries. Another reason is maybe the needs of that specific organ that is being supplied. Okay? So high resistance is exactly what it sounds like. Downstream from where you are, there's a little bit of resistance to the forward motion because when you branch off, there needs to be this diversion of the flow in different areas. So it can't just flow forward. Okay? So your high resistance arteries are going to have a little bit of a sharper peak, systolic peak. Systole is when the ventricle contracts. So when you have ventricular contraction, you're going to have a forward gush of blood, forwards, right? So that's why you start at the baseline, 0, then you've got a sharp upstroke, which is in systole. This is where you've got forward motion fast towards the artery. It reaches its maximum velocity here at the peak systole. Then, after this first initial gush of blood forward, you get into diastole. This is where your velocity dips. And diastole is when the relax. When the ventricles relax, there is no push or pump from the heart of oxygenated blood. There's no pumping of blood from the heart into the arteries. Okay, so there's a little bit of a pause. So if the artery has higher resistance, that temporary pause in blood flow from the heart is going to show up as very slow moving blood. There's still some blood moving there, but very slow moving blood. And that's what we see here in diastole, where it's like very slow velocities, not much happening, until the next cycle begins and the next systole brings a forward gush of blood and the cycle repeats again. Some other arteries have higher resistance. So this is called biphasic flow, because bi means two, so two phases. We've got systole and diastole. Okay? And you can also have triphasic flow in high resistance arteries, where there is more resistance in biphasic flow, that when the ventricles relax, there's no more contraction of the ventricles where the oxygenated blood gets pumped out. When the ventricles relax, that relaxation actually causes a reversal. There's a little bit of the ventricles contract, they're moving blood out. When they relax, a little reversal of flow, and then it keeps moving down the arteries. So that reversal of flow just at the end of systole and before diastole starts, that causes this triphasic flow appearance, where you've got peak systole being reached here at the contraction of the ventricle, then a sharp dip down, reversal of flow in the opposite direction. That's why there are both positive and negative vibrations here, and then forward flow in diastole. Sometimes when the resistance is so high, you don't even get flow in diastole. Okay, so it really depends on the artery. One feature of high resistance arteries is that they have a clean envelope underneath where the velocities are being displayed. There's nothing else. Okay, so they have just the range of velocities is quite constant, and they have high velocity going to lower, sometimes reversing, and then going into diastole. This is what it looks like. Again, examples show high resistance. Sharp upstroke, big difference between peak systole and diastole. See how there's a big range or a big distance between systole and diastole? This is showing us high resistance. Okay? When an artery has reversal of flow, it is consistent with less compliance. So compliance in arteries is talking about how well the artery follows through and pushes blood forward regardless of the cycle. So arteries have muscular walls. So when there is a pressure gradient and the flow moves through them with the contraction of the ventricles, they open up. Okay? Then when the ventricles relax, some arteries will just stay like that, so blood can move backwards. There's flow reversal. These are not compliant arteries. They just kind of like, they're like, okay, the heart's not working, I'm not going to do anything. But there are compliant arteries that we'll see with low resistance flow, where they're like, I'm taking my job seriously, I still got to pump that oxygenated blood. So they open up to allow the heart to blood forward, and then when the ventricles are relaxing, they're like, now it's my chance to shine, and they contract, the arteries contract to propel blood forward while the ventricles are relaxing, and then they open up again in systole to allow for forward motion. The ones that open up push blood forward even in diastole.
No, it's just explaining the situation. It's like, how are you doing? Nothing happened, mistress? Nothing happened, mistress? So we can always just finish it all the situation. And what on earth and the back to me? I told them about we need to film anything and I'll get back to you. I'll try to. Honestly, I mean, even if you cry, it's strong. Crying means you feel, but don't cry inside. You know the problem. You know what's supposed to be done. Alicia has actually no excuse. There's no reason, not no excuse. There's no reason. You know, really? And that's it. You're not going to lose a friend because she.
Did you read her book before?
Yeah,
I read it for them.
I know. You know, I saw it this morning. I put it on the front of the table because I was going to text her and say, bring it when you talk to her later. You go to her and say, you read this part. And what you said to me the day before my birthday. And why is it so different from what you're doing to me? You know? Why is it your words are so different from your actions? You know?
She's acting like she's mad at me, but she's saying she's not mad at me. The mean part is not telling me anything, making me feel this way. Why is she making me feel so sad, you know?
But don't ever say that to her. Okay?
That's what she's doing.
But don't say that she's making you feel sad. Tell her why are you getting ask her why she's getting angry at you at all times. You know? You are angry at that.
I know, baby. That's what I'm mad about. Now that she's making me feel this way. For no reason.
Yeah. You're not like I'm just like, why the hell are you like having a problem with me? You know? I can drop you off. Okay. I didn't take it back here. I was like hoping I was going to take it. How are you doing? Is it better? Like, you rather like when you want to read Don't think about that. Make sure she get angry. Don't let her be angry. Be a puppy. That's how it's supposed to be. Alicia's always really sweet to everyone. Like when people are angry with us, right? So you have to stand your ground. I think she tries to be angry with us when she's angry. And then she's saying something. Look at me. And I kind of like shut it down. You know? Kind of like that's not what it is. Don't tell her that.
No, I won't. I'm not bringing up old things. I'm just saying doesn't make any sense.
What's case scenario with that? Okay, that. Honestly, this girl like, she really can't say anything about that. She'd be like, your papa. No, but it shows that you really care about her, and she can't just say things. But remember, keep saying her words back to her. Keep saying how normal you are. You know, how you have 94 every day. You know, keep telling her and stop thinking about you. Stop getting angry on your own. You know.
I feel like, honestly, I feel like she's not even based on what she said, I think she's just holding on to herself. That she can apologize.
Listen.
I think that's it. Listen. But how, like, even then, I'm mad at her.
Yeah.
Even then, it's like, I don't care that you're angry at this. Like, you still have to treat me well.
Exactly, and that's what you're gonna say. And make sure you bring the paper with her, the birthday paper. That's evidence. Like, hello? Honestly, I was reading it today and I was like, how can you say this and act that way? No, it's not sweet. The way she was saying was like, I don't know what the future holds. You know, that kind of stuff. She's scared. There's no way to put on anyone if she does
That's what
that.
I'm saying. That's why I'm mad at her.
Yeah, then you have to be like, you know, she has classes, you have classes. Do you know how to screen record your computer?
And she's done. She's just like this. was talking earlier about it's an opportunity that's only available for midterm. Like no other school in the world does this pretty much. Oh, you can finish it.
Finish. One sip.
It's after you graduate because vascular ultrasound is a separate specialty. And so, like everywhere else, you would have to do a whole new program to specialize. So make sure once you graduate from this program, there's like a self-taught course where not only you get your vascular like education, but also there's a clinical component. Because most, like all other programs for vascular, it's just a program, and then you can figure it out on the job. But this one is like clinical specifically for vascular.
That's interesting.
Like if I end up wanting to specialize in that, it's just another certification afterwards.
Well, is it one thing to specialize in that? You can just learn all of it. You can just learn all of it.
No, I'm learning all of it. It's just if I'm certified for it. Like if I'm learning all of it now because it's part of everything. But I won't get to actually practice it unless I'm certified. So if I really love learning about it, then we're going to do a little bit of it in March. If I really love it, then it's also, the reason it's another specialty is because it's a lot more complicated. Yeah. Because it's math. You know? It's like you have to look at the, and not just math, it's anatomy as well. You have to know which way the blood flows, how fast it is flowing. If there's any problems, why is it flowing differently? Right? Like for example, the leaf. Very interesting. You look so cute, baby. Are you trying to heal my soul with your face? I love you. It's a really thing that I say, really, where she's like, that she's crying, and I say something. Then I'm gonna say, you know what? Write that down. Write it down. Remember this. Honestly.
Okay, baby.
Because she always forgets my thing. It's like the essay you wrote, baby. About forgetting my thing and remembering my thing.
Remembering it, you think.
Yeah. Or not forgetting my thing. It's like what is it? Decrease the activity of her amygdala hippocampus connections.
And you can inform her. Okay. This is hanging from the rope.
Hanging from a rope? I just walk on the rope. I'm gonna tell you about. Oh. Oh, that fast. I didn't know the beat. I'll do it again.
That's so hard, baby.
Oh, you're so sexy.
It's not yesterday.
Huh?
It's on the string. It's like yesterday.
That was all your strings?
That was all the strings.
That was not all your strings.
You can't believe.
No, I'm still hitting hard.
What, me? I'm sure you started.
Baby! You know what it was? It was like this. All your strength?
No. You were like a
I don't know.
friend.
Make me remember. My body remembers.
Okay, maybe that's not very clear. What? I'm not complaining. Do you have it?
Maybe. Ah. Alright, lay down again.
It's okay. And also, don't worry about your classes. You catch up after this. After today.
Baby.
Just like me.
Is actually
Maybe.
like this next
Look at us, honestly. Maybe. Look at us. We're actually really strong.
We are, baby.
And we're doing right
I
things.
think it's the thing.
And we're doing right things, baby. And we kind of like just are doing things right. Be proud of it. For doing things right. Like you with your parents and your sister. That was right. It was proud.
Baby, yeah, I told you like this without believing. You go like
But you hit me.
when I say nice things, you're like
Okay,
when you say
why are we
when you
bringing
say
something
when
else
you
up
say
right
nice
now?
things to me, I go really, baby.
Okay, why are we bringing things up now?
It's just not there, baby.
Oh, okay, now I know that. You know, people letting me know. It's something I've never heard before.
Really?
Yeah. Okay, I'll find. I'll do it. I'll stop doing that.
That's so cute. You didn't know.
I didn't know it was a thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Like imagine if I'm sad and you're encouraging me and shit. It's so fun and capable, baby. And I was like, oh, like what do you know?
Oh my god. Okay, I see it now. Nice. You think you know?
You don't know how much I actually suck. You're wrong.
Well, what's my phrase? What's my popular phrase?
Which one?
I have a popular phrase.
Baby, do you really think
No,
I'm
no, not that one. I have a popular phrase. Let me try this out. You think you know? Something like that. You'll never understand. Something like what?
I don't know. Something along those lines.
Something along those lines. Come on, baby, let's go. Final sign.
But I don't know. Is this correct?
Yeah.
Mm. Mm. Oh, look at my stuff. Wait, let's put my back in here. Oh. Oh, did you feel it? Oh, nice. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go. Thank you, girl. Ah.
I'm staring at your butt like a creep.
Good. That's what it's for. That's actually why it exists.
You have confidence. You're doing things right. That's how you be confident. I did my right thing today. Even though I was so scared.
Good job.
Yeah, I was actually. You know? But I did it. Oh, and my string came out.
Is that God telling me?
That was really weird.
Oh, baby, is that your teeth? Oh. Is that your teeth?
Oh, why?
You're too cute. Okay, what to do?
Just move. Taking your move.
Did I do that?
No more.
baby. Hi, baby.
Wait, let me just.
That's me.